Well, how about that? I forgot to load the new graphic for the week. Huh. Oh, well, that's okay. Howdy, folks. That was last week's graphic, in case you didn't catch that. But, hey, welcome to the weekend, and welcome to the late shift. My name is Robert. My amateur radio call sign is W5ITR. And tonight, we're going to try to build an AllStar node, an AllStarLink node from scratch. This is my very first time trying this, and I am doing it without the Freddy Mac crutch. I'm going to try to do it on my own. I'm going to try to be a big boy and do it on my own. I've never tried to build one of these. I've always, I've been around them a lot. You know, Jason always has one in his truck, and whenever we're traveling together, there's always a bunch of people chatting on it, and it's always works great, and it's always a lot of fun. And I thought, you know what? I need to build one of these things. So that's what we're going to try to do. And I think, you know, with enough time, enough patience, enough ghost energy, hopefully we'll get it going tonight. But before we dive into things too deep, I want to say hello to all the regulars out there and channel members. Hey, Jarrett, welcome to the Sprite Blitters. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. You'll now show up in green just like all of the other channel members. Hey, Wes, great to see you out there. I saw a Gray Man out there earlier. I saw Bill. Bill, I think, was first tonight, despite what Tim was claiming. It's good to see the other Tim, EOD, out there. He was out there early in the chat. Good to see Kelly out there. It's good to see everybody out there. Frank, thanks for shipping folks over from your stream. Pepe, good to see you out there. Wild Radio, good to see you out there as well. Sean, I see you guys. Thanks so much for popping in. Roger, good evening. Thanks for being here. Rick's Ham Shack, welcome. Yeah, so I hope you guys are, you know, I really don't know what to expect, except for, you know, just my graybeard experience here that tells me anytime you try to do something live, anytime you try to do something that, you know, you're maybe not, well, even if you're pretty familiar with it, right? If you're trying to do it live, you're going to have problems. So I'm sure we'll run into some problems, but I think that'll be fun. But yeah, thanks to everyone for being here. It's nice to see a good crowd here to get things started. Thank you all for supporting the channel too. You know, you folks in green, thanks for supporting with your wallet. Everybody, thanks for supporting with your eyeballs. Thanks for hanging out in the streams, watching the videos, liking the videos, you know, doing all those things that YouTube likes for folks to do. I certainly appreciate it. So thank you all. Let's see here. I'm going to try to move pretty quickly here. Let's hit a couple housekeeping items though. We might have some new folks out there. If you are new and if you have not yet joined the community list, please do. You can find that here. Let me just drop it quickly. Oh, look at Bill. Bill is all over it. It's bitsy/CL for community list. And this is, you know, get signed up for the channel newsletter, and maybe more importantly for some folks, the channel giveaways. Here, it was maybe 5-6 weeks ago at this point, we had a big channel giveaway, and that was a lot of fun. So I've already started collecting goods for the next one. You know, I'm not quite sure what we're going to use to trigger that yet, whether it's going to be some sort of milestone on the channel, or, you know, sometimes you just need to have a giveaway. So probably depend on how my collecting activities go, but certainly sign up to be on the community list, because you can't win unless you're on the community list. That's just kind of the bottom line. And then Arnie, good to see you out there. Thanks for joining, Arnie. Arnie, I sure hope you saw the short I put out today. I'm gonna highlight it earlier, but I hope you saw it. How often do I do the newsletters? You know, I try to do 4 or 5 a year. I'm gonna try to do maybe a little bit more than that. I'm always sensitive to sending too many, but I'll let you guys be the barometer. I sent one out I guess the last one was maybe right before the giveaway, maybe. So I'm due to get another one out. Let's see. William, KJ5 FTT. You know what? Let me write your call sign down. Hopefully your email address is related to your call sign, because that's the only way I'll have to kind of guess if I've got you on the list. But certainly feel free to sign up again. I always dedupe them before we do any type of giveaway or anything, so there's no harm, no foul. Yeah, if you're not sure if you've signed up, sign up again. Let's see, Grayman's got a question for me here. Are you using the Raspberry Pi ALS3 distro? That's exactly what I intend to use, Tim. So we'll see how that goes. But also, just real quick, I've got one other link I want to send your way. It's my link tree. It's called bitsy/dr for Digital Rancher, and that'll get you all kinds of links to merch, discount codes, affiliate links. Hey, don't forget the Amazon Big Spring Sale is on right now. And here, let me just switch over here real quick. Let me move you guys around. You know, I've got 4 monitors, but you'd swear I never have enough monitors. Let's get this swapped over real quick. This is the link list. So go check out all these different affiliate codes, discount codes, whatnot. But the thing that I want to point out right now is obviously we've got the big spring sale going on, and I have a curated list out here for the big spring sale. And these are items that I've either, you know, they're radio related, they're channel related, or they just might be a freaking awesome deal. And I saw it and I threw it out there. But in addition to those, there's also a number of other curated lists here. So check those out. You guys know how all this stuff works, right? You guys buy anything through those links. That's a great way to support the channel that doesn't cost you a dime, doesn't change your price, doesn't impact, you know, what you're paying for the product, and it helps out the channel a bit. So I certainly appreciate that. That's one of those win-win situations. So we'll always take those when we get them. All right. So that's the housekeeping stuff. Let me get that out of the way here. And let's see here. What have I missed? Yeah, Frank, I know you've got, I've seen shots of your shack there, Frank. I know you've got a bunch of monitors there too. Yeah. So, all right, let's go ahead and jump into the this and that segment. This is where I just like to highlight things that I've seen throughout the week that caught my eye, that I thought were cool, funny, or interesting. And these are things that I want to share with you guys. And I've got them all queued up on the browser here tonight. Hopefully this might go a little bit quicker. First of all, I'm sure you guys have seen this. This is pretty interesting news here, right? This is, you know, a renewed focus by NASA to get back to the moon, and not only get back to the moon, but build a moon base. So if you have not seen this yet, this is pretty interesting. I think they're trying to kind of align it to, the Kennedy era and, the ambition that we as a nation took on in that period for the first time to get to the moon. It's a pretty interesting, read. It's exciting to think that we're going to have this kind of focus. So if you've not seen that, you guys should go check that out. Bricker's ready to go live on the moon. Yeah, it seems to me like the moon might be a little more hospitable than Mars would be, but yeah, I guess we'll see. Welcome, Chris. Nice to have you out there. How about a moon base with some repeaters? Well, certainly, right? We have put some infrastructure up there on the moon. We need some towers. We need some repeaters. We need some LoRa. We need it all, right? Start lighting that thing up. Yeah, moon repeaters. Indeed. So check that out. You can just find that at nasa.gov. This is the front page. This is news from NASA this week. So check that out. This is what I'm talking about. Now, Arnie, you got to come clean here. So you guys may or may not recall, last week we were chatting about, kind of the speculation around ICOM's announcement or pseudo announcement or prodding. They're stirring the pot. And, in typical Arnie style, he threw out a comment there and said, yeah, they're probably going to deliver something that cost $166.67 a pound. And I put a little notation down for that because it got me wondering, I wonder how close that actually is to the price of any of the ICOM radios. And the first one I tried, of course, right, because it's brand new, the 7300 Mark II. I said, okay, what's this thing weigh? 9.3 pounds. So let's take Arnie's number. Let's do the math. And then when I went out and I pulled up DX Engineering, the price is like $14.50 or $14.90 something, whatever it is. Pretty doggone close. So Arnie, you got to come clean. Did you do that math before? Where'd that come from? I got to know how that happened. Now, I will say that I did try to do the math on a few other things, and those didn't work out. But the first one I tried was a winner. So I had to do a quick short on that. So if you guys haven't seen it, go out there and check out that short. Blows my mind. Don't forget the tax. Yeah, we're probably even closer, Tim. So depending on where you are. So Arnie, you're going to have to come clean. I keep looking. I'm looking for some sort of comment. Maybe you're whipping up a good comment there. Let's see. But yeah, you were pretty doggone spot on. All right. What else do we have here? This is just a quick announcement. This is a post I made out on YouTube a couple weeks ago. And Rack had a sale that was going to 4/3, and they are extending that sale. And it goes well into April now. Let me see if I can find it. Just April 23rd. So this is a deal where you get 5% off if you purchase 3 or more of these WizMesh tags, which are very similar to the T1000s, right? You guys have likely seen these. And if you just head out to bitsy/rack, that'll get you there. You don't need a code. You don't need anything. If that's something you're looking for, I've seen a few people pick these up. But now this is good through the 23rd. So, all right, let's see. Moving right along. Bill, I wish my TX500 was, $166 a pound. I hear you, buddy. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, the pogo pin connectors, I'm not a huge fan of those either. But you know, it's hard to argue when people ask me, people that are just getting into this, they're brand new to it and they want to get involved. I always point them at the T1000 or this WizMesh tag. I mean, on $45 maybe now. I think they've went up just a bit with all the kind of nonsense going on right now. But I think for somebody who wants to get in the game, play with this, and give it a try, I don't think there's a better device, right? You don't have to mess around with building anything. Works pretty well. Not the best transmit, but awesome receiver and certainly good enough to play with. So that's where I always point folks. Let's see. I wonder what the flex is. Yeah, for sure. Well, I wonder what the amp is. That one could be interesting. Arnie, throw a number out there. We'll do some math. All right, let me see. In my younger years, you know what? I didn't get any of this stuff going. Let me, I need to get this stuff going. Let me get this going real quick here. I got to get my little, my commenter working. Let's see. Here we go. That takes a second to populate. We'll send Arnie out as the first one here. So in my younger years, we calculated the price per pound of cars is very similar between makes and models. Yeah, so why not radios? Makes sense. All right. Hey, if nothing else, Arnie, right, if you ever need to, you can always work at the circus and probably guess what people weigh. That seems like that should be an adjacent skill set. All right, let's see here. There we go. All right, let's see here. Okay. I got to make sure this should play. All right. I want to take you guys back several months. I think this is September, right? And for you that have been hanging out, you may remember this. Let me play this little piece here. Oh, Gray Man, that's what I was thinking, right? Wouldn't it be fun to take a podcast, take a live stream that a lot of folks turn into a podcast, turn that into a radio program, right? It's no real difference than a podcast, and push that out over shortwave, right? Expand this. All right. We'll stop that there. We don't need to play the commercial. But do you guys remember looking at these shortwave radio stations? We looked at a couple of them, and, we talked about, how these guys will accept programming, right? You can sign up for a very reasonable fee and transmit on their crazy antenna farms with, big power behind it and get your message out worldwide. And we just talked a little bit on that one late shift. We were pretty, I think we started out fairly early. We talked about it, and then we got pretty deep into it later. But just talking about, wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be fun? Well, somebody's done that. And I don't know if you guys have run into this yet, but I saw this X post, I think it was yesterday. It was yesterday, and I missed it. I was just a minute too late. And I wasn't sure exactly what I was looking at, but if you read this here, it says, "Are you ready for the Tech Preppers shortwave broadcast?" And sure enough, if you go out, let me find it here. I thought I had it handy. Maybe I didn't. Did I close that? Gaston has, here it is. I think I've got it right here. He has, and yesterday was the inaugural broadcast. It's around here someplace. I lost it. It's their schedule. But he has started to do a monthly broadcast at this WRMI. And I just think that's awesome, right? I thought it was a great idea when we were chatting about it, but I certainly wasn't, in a position to tackle that at that point. And I'm just so glad that somebody has. And I think Gaston, I think the Tech Prepper is perfect for this, right? I think I think it fits right in with his message and everything that he does on his channel. I'm just bummed that I was late to the party. Let me see. I'm going to take a minute here and see. Here we go. You guys remember looking at this? And he's doing it the last Friday of the month. Last Friday UTC of the month. So it's actually Thursday. I'm just trying to see where. You know what? Let me just do a quick search here. There he is. The Tech Prepper, Friday nights, 3 to 4 UTC. So what's that? That's 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, I think, Central on 9455. I was so bummed when I saw. At first, I thought, "Oh, this is going to be awesome." We can try to tune in during the late shift, but then I realized, no, this actually happened Thursday. It's Friday UTC. So you guys need to check that out. But, in typical Tech Prepper fashion, right, there's a little bit more to the story here. And if you take a look at this and read this the whole way through, it says, "Things aren't always as they seem. Everything you need is in this image, StegHide encryption." And when I saw that, I'm like, wait a minute, is this a steganography image? Is there something hidden in this image? I don't know about you guys, but in my some of my early coding classes back, years and years ago, about halfway through the semester, when, you were kind of hitting the doldrums of the semester, one of my professors pulled out this steganography thing, and we learned how to hide images within images, or to hide documents within images. And so now there's a bunch of tools that you can do out there as well. But, as you can imagine, in a coding class, we had to actually you know, basically, if I remember, you have to, you take half of the information per bit in the image, and you zero that out, and you use that space to hide the other information in it. So you take half the detail of the image, and zero it out, and it doesn't change the fidelity, from a human's perspective. I mean, this image looks good, right? Here, let me, there's the image. I mean, the image looks good, but there's actually a document hidden in here, the cousin of the Stegosaurus. So I don't know if you guys have ever done that. To me, this was like a throwback, right? Because again, I had to learn how to do this. But what's cool in here is there's a couple of hints. And so even if you've never done it before, you could figure this out if you realized what was going on, if you realized there was something going on, right? This steg hide is a command, right? That's a Linux, that's a Linux command that you can install and run. And this is telling you, hey, there's encryption. And it's usually whenever you do this, you'll put some sort of password or something on it. So let me see here. Let me see if I can. I gotta find. Let me find the right scene. Let's see if this will. I've got to find what I want to use for that anyhow. Let me see, because I need to be able to bring some stuff up. All right, let's just do it like this. All right, so I just brought up a terminal here, right? And just for the sake of brevity, right? I'd done this before, but this is essentially the command that you run, right? It's this steg hide, right? And that's what they told you was in the image, or in that post, right? That was the hashtag. And then if you just look up the man pages for how you run this, right? It's just extract SF and then the file name. And then it asks you for a passphrase. So that's when you've got to go back here and say, okay, they said everything I need's in the image. So what's the password? All right. So I tried a bunch of different things. I tried TTP. I tried the tech prepper. I even went so far as to look at what's the binary that's, shown here. I see a B. Is there anything else? Right. I've got these locks. This dog is pretty prominent out here. So what's this dog doing up here? And sure enough, I typed in Doberman and it told me that it extracted some text, right? So now if we, or extracted a text file. And when you type that out, he's got a little message here, right? So this file was hidden inside this image, and it tells you about the broadcast. I thought that was pretty cool, pretty fun. So great job, Tech Prepper. That's very cool. I'm excited for his podcast. I'm excited to see what else he comes up with. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. What I'm not sure of, though, is, like I said, I missed it yesterday. So I didn't get to hear it. So I don't know if anyone is trying to archive those or if he's going to put them out in some other fashion, right? or if it's going to be a case where, hey, if you missed the broadcast, sorry, Bubba, you missed it. All right. Where is this thing? Okay, that's on the inputs. Okay. All right, let's see what you guys thought of that. What we got here? All right, let me get back to this. And what I do with my chat. There's my chat. All right, let's see. Yeah, Scott, we're going to do an AllStarLink build. I'm just kind of blabbering a bit, sharing some of the things that I found along the way. This was the last item I had. Next up, we're going to jump into the main event here. Let me see. What contest is going on right now? Hey, I'm not sure what contest is going on. Let's see. Let's see. Doberman. Yep, that was it, Bill. That was the password. Lowercase d. You know, I tried probably 10 different things before I hit it. So, think he did a video. Oh, good. I'm going to have to go out and look for that. Hey, Todd, welcome. All right. Robert, welcome. Good to see you out there. Alaska in the house. All right. Let's see. I think we're ready to go. All right. Let me show you guys. Let me show you what I'm starting with here. So we're going to install an AllStarLink from scratch. So I've got a brand new Raspberry Pi 5. This is not the case that I'm going to deploy this in. I just put it in this until the case I ordered shows up. It's supposed to be here tomorrow, of course. And let me tell you a little bit about my purpose for this as well. I want to install a node in my truck to be a permanent node in my truck. And so I bought a case that's, it's got a bunch of passive cooling as well as a little fan. And it's one of those Neo cases. I forget exactly which one it is. We might have to try to find it later. But it's, supposed to be a good, a good case for heat management, because like I said, I'm going to leave it in the truck. I'm here in Texas. Gets a little warm. So I want to make sure that, the thing doesn't overheat if I happen to leave it running or whatever while the truck's not running. Because I am going to be powering this with a big old battery along with some other stuff in the truck. But Raspberry Pi 5, going to have a case to try to manage the heat. I've also got a Hotspot Radio USB. That's the model. Hotspot Radio USB. We looked at this just real quickly last week. Right? This operates on, I got a little sheet here. This operates on 439 megahertz with a 67 hertz tone. So that's what we're going to be using. It's nice. They give you what appears to be a really nice cable here. And, this is the same node that Jason's had success with running in his truck. So again, I don't know much about this, so I was just asking people, hey, what do you use? And, like I said, I know Jason's been running one for probably close to a year now, and he's had good luck with it. Oh, it's the CQ Worldwide WPX contest. Gotcha. Thanks, Frank. And what's Arnie got here? Oh, Arnie did some work here. Nice. So you got your price per pound. Interesting. We'll have to check that out, Arnie. Let me see. I think we got another quick question here. Are there options to change the frequency in the PL tone? I do not believe so, but I don't know anything about this, right? I mean, I bought this on a recommendation, and I am probably the least educated AllStar person that you can find. And so that's why I think this might be a lot of fun, right? So this is, I don't know what I'm doing. So if you don't know what you're doing and you're interested in this, hopefully I'm going to stub my toe in all the places you would also stub your toe. And, maybe this will be a little more valuable to you than somebody who, knows this stuff like the back of their hand. And, they avoid all the pitfalls through experience, right? I'm expecting to fall in some pitfalls. Now, because this is intended for use in my truck, anytime that I have a use case where either heat or just high volume for an SD card, I always spend a few extra bucks and I get this max endurance card, right? And these are a few extra bucks, but these things are, supposedly these things are able to handle the heat much better than a standard SD card. So I've never had one of those fail on me. I've got one that I put in that Panasonic tablet that I talked about last week. Tim, that's the one like you got at Hamcation. I've had one in a little audio player that I left in my vehicle for years, and I've never had problems with these max endurance cards. So I decided to put a better card in for that reason. And let's see here. Let's see what I missed here. How does it get to the internet, Tim? So that's one of the things we're going to be talking about, right? I'm going to also, again, I'm going to be using a hotspot in my truck for internet. So, all the new vehicles, you can get internet through your vehicle, generally speaking, but I decided to instead go with one of these Calyx devices. And you know what, let me drop a couple things out here in case there are folks that are interested at some point. For those that might be interested, this is a link to that SD card. And this is the max endurance. Okay. And then Bill actually turned me on to this this Calyx. Hope I'm saying it right, Bill. I know we decided last week, but I don't remember what we decided. Bill turned me on to this Calyx it's Calyx, is it Calyx International or something like that? It's a privacy focused. Well, you know what? I think I've got, yeah, this is it right here. The Calyx Institute. And so this is a privacy focused organization that puts out a number of different products, and these hotspots are one of these products. Now, these hotspots are not cheap by any stretch of the imagination, right? When you sign up for this, there's a couple ways you can do it. I bought the device, right, which is this Inseego 5G hotspot. So I bought the device, and you sign up for a year's worth of unlimited data on the T-Mobile 5G service. And the first year that you buy it, because you're also getting the device, it's $750, right? So you're getting a hotspot device, a 5G hotspot device, which if you guys have looked, these things are expensive. 4G hotspots are much less expensive, but the 5G ones are expensive, and prepaid for a year's worth of unlimited data. So that's the service, and then each year you can renew at the $500 level, and that gets you another year of unlimited 5G data. So I'll drop a link for you guys in case you're interested. Like I said, Bill turned me on to this. I saw Josh had one at Hamcation, and he had really good luck with it. And then I know Jason bought one, Ham Radio 2.0. He bought one recently as well. What this link does for you is, if you are interested, if you sign up, you get a free month. You get an extra month free, and then that's like an affiliate code. I get an extra month free as well. So like when I signed up, I used Josh's affiliate code, and we each got 13 months as opposed to 12 months. Yeah, well, I see, in my mind, it's not Josh's fault. It's Bill's fault, because he showed it to me last year at Hamvention. That's whenever I first got introduced to it. He and I worked on getting his little GLI net device set up to use 44net through this Calyx service for his VPN back to his shack. So that's when I got introduced to it. It wasn't until, I guess, Josh is to blame a little bit. It wasn't until I saw that they actually had a 5G device now that I really got interested in. So, but that's the story there. So EOD, that's the internet, right? So part of what we do in this configuration is let it know that, there's an SSD related to that service, and that gets configured on the Raspberry Pi. All right. What else did I think that's all I've got as far as that goes. So let's jump in here. I'll try to, if you guys have a question for me, and in an effort to try to actually get through this, try to keep your questions related to AllStarLink right now. But if you have a question, make sure you at me so I'll see it. I'll try to keep that chat up so I can see that. But let's go ahead and just walk through this. So I did a very small amount of pre-work here, simply so we could hopefully be successful and get this completed in one day, right? The first thing that you need to do is you have to create an AllStarLink account. And well, let me jump in here. So this is the AllStarLink homepage, right? If you go to this help and support area here, you've got the manual. From what I understand, they've got a pretty vibrant community here. And then there's a place here for developers, contributors. We're not worried about that right now. We're going to jump right into, actually, let's just jump right into this right here. This just tells you a little bit about it. I walked through the first couple of pages here. Again, because I think I had heard this on one of Freddy Mac's videos at one point. I've seen a number of people do this, but it's one of those things where unless you're interested in it, you maybe don't pay as close attention to it as you might otherwise, and so you miss a lot of things. But one thing that did stick with me, and I'm just walking through the manual here just so we can kind of get a basic understanding of what's going on here. One thing I did notice is that you have to create an account, and after you create an account, it can take up to 24 hours for that account to get approved. And what do I mean by for it to get approved? Well, you fill out a form, but the other thing that you're required to do is to send along a copy of your amateur radio license. They want an image, PDF, some type of copy, and they tell you exactly what they're looking for. And we'll see that here shortly, but they make sure you're a ham. I guess that's the bottom line. They want to see a current valid license before they're going to issue you an account, because once you have an account, you can get what's called a node number. And these are finite resources, right? There's only so many node numbers, so they're only handing them out to hams. Okay, so let's just talk, we'll hit a couple of things here so we can all kind of talk and speak the same language. So what's a node? Right, so this is a hotspot node. A node is your AllStarLink device, right? It runs this software called App RPT, which is, and I read through some of this stuff and I retained some of it, so I think I can walk us through most of this. Asterisk is a open source PBX. And so this is built on top of an open source PBX, and the application itself is called App RPT. So a node runs that software and can have a radio connected to it or not. It's not required, right? So we'll talk about that in just a minute. So once you have an account, you have to get a node number. Now, I haven't requested a node number yet. We're going to do that here together. And what the instruction had said is when you request a node number, your first one is immediate. So we shouldn't have to wait for that. So I wanted to do that together so everyone could see what that process looks like. Your node number is like your phone number, right? Every node on the system is addressable by the node number, right? So you can think of that as a unique phone number, okay? So what's a hub? I think oftentimes, many of you watch Jason's Ham Radio 2.0 streams, and he'll often say, hey, connect to my AllStar node. He has a node that's running in a cloud that's configured as a hub. And and again, this is my interpretation of it. If anybody has better information than this, please let me know. But that's a hub. That's a node that is this spoke, or is this kind of spoken wheel kind of concept, right? Where everybody who connects to the hub can communicate with one another, right? So it's just a node, but it's configured a little differently. Okay. What's a server? You know, this is good to talk about, because this can, what is a server, right? Depending on the context, it could be a lot of different things. A node is a server here. A server is a node. They're interchangeable, right? So in my case, it's going to be this Raspberry Pi. In another case, it may be, somebody running Debian on a virtual machine or a hardware machine. But a server is basically what that's kind of the vehicle for a node, right? That's what's required to set up a node. Let's see, Grayman, show the node map for Jason's hub. Boy, if I knew how to do that, I would, Grayman. But maybe once we get a little further here, maybe I'll know what that means. Maybe I'll know how to do that. I mean, I've seen him do it, so I know what it is. I don't know how to do it, though. So again, guys, I am the least qualified, right? I am the noob in the room here. Let's see here. Frank says, Grayman or myself, and we can drop a link for you to pull it up. Yeah, once we get a little further, I don't want to get too far distracted. I want to try to get this thing built. Okay. Let's see. So how do you get on AllStarLink, right? So you create your node. You can connect a node to a repeater. There's a bunch of different things that you can do. What we're going to do is we're going to be setting this up as a hotspot where I can use an HT to talk to this hotspot over that 439 megahertz frequency that I mentioned earlier. And then with my node connected to somebody else's node or somebody's hub, we'll be able to talk to other people. So that's kind of the way to think about it, right? We're going to go RF to this hotspot. That hotspot is going to be connected to the internet, and across that internet link, we're going to connect to a hub or a node, and we're going to be able to communicate with somebody. So that's kind of the link, if you will, point to point. Okay. All right. So they talk about, okay, yeah, we'll jump into this next. Let me see if there's any other questions here. You guys still locked in here? Here, let me see how we're doing. Okay. All right. So I've already created an account, right? So they take the things that you would expect, right? You give them your call sign, you give them a password, and then they tell you right up front, which is great. Hey, if you're going to try to create an account, make sure you have a copy of your license ready, because you're not going to be able to request an account without it. Right? So you put in your call sign, put in your password, verify your password. Then right up front, they say, hey, give me either take a picture of it or upload a file, a picture file or a PDF. Here's what they will accept, right? A bunch of different picture image types or a PDF. So have one of those handy, upload the file. And for me, it came back in like 4 or 5 hours. I got an email that said, hey, your account's been set up. I verified my email address. They ask you your email somewhere in here right here, contact information. And like 5 hours later, didn't have to wait 24, but would have been a drag if we had to wait 5 hours while we're walking through this process. Okay. So now we're ready to pick it up right here. Let's see, Arnie, have you weighed the complete setup? It might be pretty pricey per pound. That's a good point. Now, here's the other thing, right? I'm choosing to run this on a Raspberry Pi 5 because I've got it, right? I've got one. This will run on a 4. It'll run on one of the little guys here as well, right? Let's see, which one is this? This is a Pi Zero W, right, with wireless. It would run on this. I just happen to have a 5 available. And, since I am going to put this in my truck, I might decide to run something else on it as well. So I wanted to have a little more horsepower. This guy here, I forget how much that guy was. Let me just look here real quick. Here, let me jump to a fresh page. Oh, isn't it Hotspot Radio? Hotspot Radios, plural. I must have got like one of the ones that was close to the end here. They're still sold out. They're still out of stock on these USB items. But this is the one I bought right here. I forget what it was. It was $100, right? And then, I bought a more spendy card because, I trust these cards better in that type of environment. So yeah, it's, you'll have a couple $100 in it for sure. AllStar is a very lightweight Linux distribution. Will run on an old PC or laptop. Nice. Yeah, I'm sure, once I get used to having this in the truck, I'm likely going to want one in the house here as well. But anyhow, all right. So let's go ahead and let's request a node number. All right, I'm going to log in here. Uh-oh. Let me try that again. I fat fingered something. There we go. What's it want me to do here? We're going to say installation, getting started, portal. Here we are. So enter your credentials, log in. When you've logged in, let's see. Okay, so I'm there. Since this is the first time you've logged in, from the portal menu, click server settings. So from the portal menu, server settings. Okay. I'm assuming I'm going to proceed with server setup. Okay. Fill out all the information. All right. So let's proceed with server. Server name. Let's see, do they give us any guidance here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So I'm just going to call it W5ITR truck. Okay. Location. Do I have to give it a location? Looks like I can just... Okay, we'll do Looks like it's not gonna. Okay. Name of site. Site name building. I'm gonna skip that. It's optional. Affiliation. I'm gonna skip that. It's optional. IAX port. So this is the port that is used for communications, right? All nodes on the server will use this port, default port. So I'm going to use the default. I don't have a reason to not use the default, right? When would you not use the default? If you had another, maybe if this wasn't your first node on your network, you would want to choose a different port, or if for some odd reason you're using that port for something else, right? You don't want to have a port conflict. But since this is my first and only node at this point, I'm going to leave that as it is. Proxy IP, I'm not going to proxy mine, so I'll leave that where it is. Click the map to select a server latitude, longitude, or type them in. I'm just going to put it in Springtown, Texas. What I always like to do is I go right, there's a fountain right here in the middle of the square, and I always click right on the fountain. I always pick that as my spot. Okay, and let's submit. All right, so let's see here. So we've got that. Go back to the top menu, portal, node settings. Okay, let's check out node settings. Portal, node settings. I'm guessing I'm going to request my first node. Click continue to proceed to the request, extend, remove page. Okay. Split, extend node, request new node. Okay, so I'm thinking we want to request a new node. Let's just make sure. Request a new node. Request will be in bold as this is your initial request. Ensure the server you created is selected in the server box. I only have one, so I don't know how it could be anything else. Okay, so, yep, there's our server. Do I have to put a new node justification? I didn't see that. Let's see. Your first node is automatically approved. Okay, so we don't need to do a justification on your first node. If you want additional nodes, right? And this is something I saw when I was doing some reading as well. So once you get a node number, you're also able to extend that node. So you're able to like tag a few, tag a tack on some additional numbers on the end of your registered node, and you can extend your node. But I don't want to dig into that too much because I don't want to misspeak. But let's go ahead. That says submit. We're going to submit. Okay. Hey, I got a node number. 69651. That sounds like a dandy. That is a dandy node number. Okay. So that's it. I see my newly assigned node. Okay. Node number extensions. Here you go. Node numbers are limited resource. We talked about that. If you're just starting out, be strongly encouraged to click the continue button on your node setting page and complete the node number extension process. This will add a 0 to the end of your primary node number and open up an additional 9 node numbers for your use. Okay. That's strongly encouraged, so let's do that. So we're going to open up the node. Wait, did I miss step already? Let's see. Click on the continue button on your node setting page. Okay, all right. Got to read the instructions. Okay, where's that at? Click on Node Management to request a new node, extend a node, Node Management. Okay, there we go. Extend a node. Okay, if your node number is a 5-digit node, the first extension request will convert that number to a 6-digit with a 0 appended. Beautiful. Unless you have a well-known 5-digit node number before requesting a new number, you should extend them. All right. Extend the node. I've got one. I'm going to say, go ahead and let's extend it. Change the node number from that to that. Add node number. Okay. Interesting. It was recommended, so we'll do that. Okay, node number successfully changed. And node number has been added. So it doesn't just, I guess, extend all of them for you. Okay. You can continue to extend them if you need them. I'm not going to extend it any further. I'm happy with that. All right, let's see. Justification, because I want to. You got it, Wes. I think that justification is required if you want a new 5-digit number. Hey, Ted, welcome. Yeah, like a phone extension. That's a good way of thinking about it, Gray Man. They prefer the extension, which is like calling additional node subnodes. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, now all I need is your node number. Yeah, so there's my node numbers. Starting off with an extended node number is great advice. Okay, beauty. All right, let's keep moving. Editing node parameters. Each node number you create has individual parameters. From your node setting page, click on the node number to edit its parameters. All right, let's take a peek at its parameters. The frequency of the node. Okay. The tone, I think we've got to put those things in. I think I'm 439. Yep. 439. 439. Do they want how many characters? That'll do. And then what I say it was 67. Okay. Select the server. That's the server. Allow web, transceiver, repeater phone, DV switch access. I'm going to leave these all at no because I'm a rookie. And I don't know what I want to turn on and what I don't. I just want to get the doggone thing to work. If it's a remote base, is it frequency agile? Mine is not. Okay. All right. So I'm going to return to my node list. Okay. I don't know if I need to do anything with the other. I'm just going to go with that right there. All right. Let's see. Password, call sign, frequency. And we are going to be doing the Allmon 3. We're not going to be using any of those third-party options, as I understand there are. Yeah, I'm not going to turn on all these extra cool features yet. I'm still a rookie. I want to get the rookie stuff down first. Editing server parameters. Each server you create has individual parameters. We already looked at those. I'm not going to change those. It's nice they tell you what they all are, though. Okay. Beauty, beauty, beauty. I'm not changing my password. Okay, so looks like really good documentation. Certainly, I've not had any issues following this. Now, this is taking me into commands and all that stuff. So I'm going to put the brakes on right there and say, that's all cool, But let's get the thing installed, and then we can come back and maybe work through these when we can run through them firsthand, right? So let's jump to the install. Everybody with me? Everybody doing all right? All scan is included in the distro. Okay. All right, we're going to do the ASL3 appliance Raspberry Pi. So so we've got that okay there. All right, so we can go ahead and jump along here. Okay, ASL3 appliance based on the Raspberry Pi, a compact standalone platform, quick and easy to deploy. The Pi is the server, which you would deploy your nodes. ASL3 appliance image includes the following to make AllStarLink system: Debian 12 or 13, asterisk 22, plus the application. ASL asterisk commands, okay. ASL menu, Almon 3, web-based admin, a nice landing page, okay. Okay, so here's your requirements, right? So you can do a Pi 34502W 400, right? So doesn't take a lot to run this thing. Okay, the recommended is a 4 or 5. Okay, I'm on a 5. Minimum memory, I think mine's an 8 gig. Usually when I buy them, I max them out. And then storage minimum of an 8 gig class 10. I got a 64 gig. This is well, yeah, this is a V30, pretty fast, right? These are good cards. I don't have any concerns there. Okay, let me see if there's any questions. ASL3 is going to be easier than ham VoIP. Easier sounds good to me, Wes. Yep, just hang in there, Chris. Hey, I still have to, like, yeah, do the imaging and all this crap, right? So hold on a minute. Let me change up my screen. Let's see. I think this is the one that I want to run. Is this the one that will... let's see here. Got to use Raspberry Pi Imager, so that's a prerequisite. Can't use Balena Etcher or any of those other tools, right? And you'll see why. Let's see. We're going to image the SD card step by step. All right, so let's get our imager going. I pre-installed that, so we'd be ready to go. We're going to do here, let me pull this over next to the instructions. Let's see here. Click on the content repository. What are they saying here? Okay. Launch Raspberry Pi Imager. Click on the app options. Okay. Click on the content repository. Okay. And we're going to do a custom URL. We're going to grab this URL. Okay. Click on apply and restart. What's that restart going to do? If you install version, oh, it's going to restart Imager. Okay. I want the latest, so that's fine. You can install an older version. Good to know. Choose the type of Raspberry Pi hardware. We've got a 5. Okay, choose the AllStarLink operating system. What's that say? AllStarLink 312. Raspberry Pi appliance, recommended. Okay. Released 2/25/26. So that's fairly recent. Okay. Let's see. Connect the SD card or the SD card in a USB adapter to the computer. Okay. I'm just going to crack this baby open. My brand new SD card. And hopefully this one's not too big of a pain. Let me see what I'm missing in the chat here while I'm doing this. Wes, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Looks like you've been through this already. You were feeling like a little bit of a safety blanket. I know we have some other folks that have been in here too, so we'll see you next time. All right. Now I am hoping, I don't know that I've ever tried this. This could be our first mini adventure here. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. So I've got one of these little devices that you can put your SD card in and then plug it into a USB-C. So that's what I'm going to do. And hopefully it's going to work. Okay. And let's see, we're going to say next. Mounted as G. USB drive G. That looks good. Yeah, exclude your system drives. You don't want to make a mistake here. So I always double check. Okay, that is drive G. Drive G is empty. I don't normally have a drive G. Go to it. Let's see. Enter your host name. Let's see. Whoops. Maybe the node. Okay, yeah. Enter your host name for this device to appear on the network. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see here. Let me just grab that. And let me go back here. So I'm just kind of following along. We're going to call this node 696510. Okay. We're going to go next. It's nonsense here. What? Well, it's been a while since I've I have done a I've flashed a Raspberry Pi. I don't remember going through this stuff. Now, what's it want here? It says for localization, So does it really want the time zone? Does it want my time zone, or does it want the time zone of the capital? What do y'all think? That seems just a little weird. See if we've got an opinion in the chat. Are you going to be running a travel router along with your T-Mobile thing? No. At least not initially, Chris. Your local time zone, so my local time zone, so that's probably America, Chicago. It's probably what they're looking for here. Okay, keyboard layout US. Okay. Choose username. Okay. Contain only letters. And then all right. Raspberry Pi imager needs permission. Really? I gave you the information. No. Okay. Now, let me go ahead. I'm going to get this Wi-Fi hotspot fired up. I can't remember what I set the password on this to. Or the, what I set the SSID to. Let's see, it's a lot easier to flash that on a Mac or Linux, just saying. Let's see, put in your Wi-Fi too. Yeah, I don't know. I think it hides the passwords for me. Yeah. Yeah, but I just want to get it. I just want to go ahead and add it here anyhow. And I know I'm pretty sure I have to add it. Pretty sure I have to add it in the AllStar package as well. All right, come on now. I should have had that turned on. Andy. Howdy, welcome. Good to have you here. Wait, this thing does take a little bit of time to boot. Takes a little time to boot. All right, there we go. All right, it's got, I haven't changed any of these things. And that's just A-OK. How's that for an SSID? Okay. All right. Enable SSH. Yes, please. Oh, do I have my public key here? All right, for simplicity, and I don't think I've got it right here. I'm going to go ahead and use password for now. Once we get this working, maybe we'll come back around, and maybe we'll do that next week. Come back around, because I'm sure this. Come back around, and we'll secure it with keys and certs. That'd be a fun little project, right? Put a Let's Encrypt auto-renewing cert on it as well. So we'll go ahead and we'll use password for now. Let's see, review your choices, Raspberry Pi 5, AllStarLink, SD card reader, configured, enabled. Right. You're about to erase all that data. Do it. All right. So we'll let it do its thing. All right. So I've got this guy ready to go. Let's see, what else do I need to get ready? Let me find, I had a little list here. Let's see. Okay, we got the hotspot already on. I guess that's all I've got here. So that's zooming along. Let's see if there's any questions out here. Just starting doing public key stuff works great. Maybe I should reflash mine too. Yep, it's I use a I created a private CA for all my local stuff. It's a little bit of work, but it's nice to have in place. All right, let's see. This will finish before too long. How we doing here? We got 35 people hanging out. Thanks for sticking around, folks. Let's see here. It's like we lost some along the way. I can understand that might be a little slow for folks. Like I said, I've seen, probably half a dozen or more Freddy Mac videos where he's done one thing or another related to AllStar, and I can just retain bits and pieces of it simply because it's just not something that was on my to-do list yet. So, but right now I'm wishing I would have paid better attention. I'm just hoping I don't have to call in the cavalry. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, sure. Hit the like button. All those good things. And by the way, we ran a poll last week and asked people what they were interested in. And this was a solid winner, right? Setting up AllStarLink was a solid winner over the other options. So trying to give the people what they want. I'd never tried Ghost Original before. It's pretty good. I don't know what the flavor is supposed to be, but it doesn't speak of any flavor at all. And I can't connect it to any kind of flavor, but It's good. It's, it's got a good, clean, crisp, chemical flavor. It's not chemical. It's just not something that you're used to. All right, let's see. Question out here. All right, Rob and chat. I got to jump. Okay. Hey, Frank, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for keeping an eye out for questions as well. Oh, let me write that down. Frank's throwing, I guess that's a node number Frank's throwing at me. I'll want to collect node numbers from folks. I'm sure there's a way to go out and search for them as well, but all right, Frank, I got you down. Hey, Sean, welcome. Nice to see you out there in the chat. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good weekend, Frank. All right, let's see. We are done. We be done. All right. So it appears everything was successful. Excellent. It says I've been ejected. Sucker popped right out of there. Let's see. I disconnected something so I could plug that in. Let me get this reconnected. Okay. And let me go ahead and finish this. Excellent. So now I'm assuming we just pop this in and boot this baby up. Oh yeah, they did want us to enable SSH, write the image, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Power on the Pi. All right. Let's see here. Is this still working? It's still working. All right, so this is that little Jimmy I was telling you about. These things are super handy. And we'll go ahead and get this baby put in the Pi. Okay. I don't know if we're supposed to connect this thing yet or not. Let's see. Doesn't say anything about that, so let's see. I'm going to power this baby up right here. Let's get some juice. Okay, we got lights. That's good. Okay. Now let me, let's see what else I need here. Got putty here. So this should be node. Do I still have that? I do. Okay. Dot local. Port 22. Yep. Let's see if we can connect. Might have been too soon. Yep. Looks like it was probably too soon. Try it again. Nope. I got to put you guys. Sorry, you guys can't see what I'm doing. This guy. Okay, I'm just gonna SSH with putty and my node name dot local port 22 SSH should be good. See if I can find it. Okay, let me see if I can ping the thing. Doesn't know what it is. Okay. Let's see here. Let me check something else real quick. I'm just checking to see if I have a new device. Oh, wait a second. Silly, silly me. That's the problem. I know what the problem is. I know exactly what the problem is. Let me think about what's the easiest way to get there. Let me see here. Whoop. Let me see here who's following along. Hold on just a second here, Sean. Let me write down that number. 41087. Okay. Any HT will work. That's right. All right. So let me think about this for just a second. I did a dumb thing. So I did. I should have listened to, well, okay. I know what I got to do here. So here's what's going on. I configured the Pi to use the Hotspot network, and my computer is not on that network. So I'm going to reconfigure the Pi. Let me see what I've got to do here. I don't do enough of this to have some of this stuff memorized. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the power on my Pi that I can't get to. I'm going to put this card, SD card. And sorry, you guys can't watch me. Well, that'll be fine. I'll be right back there in a second. I'm going to put my card back into my computer, and then I'm going to manually, here we go. I'm going to manually edit the configuration file. All right, so let me see here. So here is the Pi. Here are the files on that SD card. And let's see, what do we have here? Let me see what file I need to. trying to see if I can get at that, right? Because I'm not going to be booting this thing. Let's see what this file looks like. Where did that go? Okay. All right, let's see. I'm thinking I ought to be able to change it in here. Let's see here. Doesn't... I know it used to be, there used to be a file. Maybe this is it. Let's see. Where is it? Let me try something else here. Let me make sure you guys aren't saying, hey, dum-dum, it's right here. Let's see. I see it, Gray Man. Let's see here. Okay. I'm just doing a quick Google search here. Okay, so it looks like okay, so looks like I just have to create the file. It might not exist there. Let's see. Do I have access to a boot partition? This is the boot partition. Okay, and is... Gosh, been a long time since I've messed around with this stuff. All right, let's see here. I'll show you guys what I'm doing here just as soon as I get it staged. All right, so I got to create a file called WPA supplicant, and I think that's what Gray Man was trying to tell me. I think he was saying, hey, dum-dum, you got to do this. Yep, that's exactly what he was telling me. And so this is the structure of that. So I'm going to put in SSID and password here so that I can get connected to this thing. Let's see here. Oh, I should have thought of that. I could have done it through my phone. That's all right. Let me just get this done quickly. And I've got to go here. I said quickly. Okay. All right, let's see if this works. I told you there'd be pitfalls, didn't I? I promised you guys pitfalls. Let's see. All right, I think that looks good. Let me go ahead and let me eject that card. Okay. Let's pop it in here and get this baby going. Okay, that's going to come back. Okay. Now let's see. We're connected again. Let me get reorganized here. Let me get my putty up. Try that first. I think I forgot my node number. There we go. Is it ready yet? Bring this back over. Should be booted by now, I would think. It's always the simple things that screw you up. All right, let's see here. Okay, let me try one more time. Well, let me try to Can I ping that sucker yet? I can't ping it yet. That's not a good sign. Let me see if... I'm going to go out and check and see if I see it in my router real quick. See if it's connected to my Wi-Fi yet. I don't see it. Let me just check Wi-Fi. Yeah, I don't see it. That's not good. Let's see. Let's see what you guys are chatting about here. Let's see. Factory reset. Why not run it wired? I don't think I've got... I don't know that I've got... do I? Oh, I might be able to do that. Let's see here. Let me just double check and make sure it hasn't decided to pop in. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Did I name it correctly? 696510. Yep. Let's see if... This looks like... let me check just to make sure. Ooh. So that's interesting. You guys can't see that. Let me... So I didn't do something right. Big surprise. So here I can see that the device did connect to my hotspot. So let me make sure that is... Yep. So something... Let me think. Let me see if I can connect to it on my phone here. So I've got a little program called Termius. And let's try to connect. I'll see if I can reset it here. And let me just grab the IP address it was assigned. Okay. Looks like I'm connecting. Oh, must have fat fingered the password. Let me try that again. It's always something. Let's see here. The Brocam, welcome. Yeah, you know what? That's a good comment, Bill. I didn't think about the fact that there's actually I should have a web page I can get to now. Oh, look at that. I sure can. Okay. So I'm connected here on my phone. Okay. Now I know I can add multiple multiple Wi-Fi, or yeah, multiple SSIDs to the config. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Okay. So let's see. Web console is running in limited access. I'm going to turn on, and I'm sorry, guys. I will get you guys trying to figure out which password it's looking for. Or if I could type it correctly. There we go. Okay. So I was able to log in. You know what? Let me hold on just one second. I'll show you guys exactly what I'm seeing, so you guys can see what it looks like on the phone. There it is. Okay. It's trying to load. Okay. So now let me, it's always something. Let me get you guys where you can see this. I didn't expect to use the phone tonight, so I didn't even set that. I didn't configure that scene. Just takes a minute to do it though. Oh, that's the wrong one. Helps if I do the right one. Here it is. Okay. All right. So this is, one of the things I read when looking at getting this set up was that Allmon 3 had a better responsive design for use on phones and tablets. Let's see here. I'm looking to see where I'm just kind of trying to figure out add a VPN, add a team. Nope. I don't want any of those. I know there's a place in here somewheres where you can add, let me pull up the chat. You guys might be screaming at me again, where you can add multiple SSIDs. And that's what I'm looking for right now. Let's see. Okay. So that's what I'm looking for. Wouldn't expect it in the hardware details. I would expect it here in configuration maybe. There's the node or the host name. I don't see what's under session here. Yeah, I don't want any of that. Let's check the help. Configuring system settings, maybe. What's this going to rel for? Oh, that's not going to be helpful. All right, let's look here again. Overview, log, storage. I would have thought it would have been in networking. I didn't see it there. Maybe services? It's in the portal. Okay, Bill. Is that... How do I get there? How do I get to the portal? Wait, Wi-Fi manager. Oh, this is maybe what I'm looking for. Yeah, Wi-Fi manager. Let's see. All right. I don't know if this is going to... Here, let me swap you guys over. I don't suspect they're going to hide these for me. So let me see if it, oh, it does find it. Okay. So this will be interesting. Let me get you guys back. Let me get you guys back here for a second. And, well, hold on a minute. I still need, well, I wonder if it's, let's see if, I really got to memorize my node. Oh, I know where I've got it. Let's see, will that find that now? No, it won't. So I added, I'm trying to see if I can, well, let's see if it showed up here. I was able to successfully add the Wi-Fi, so it appeared. All right, let's see. Where did you go? I wonder if it can only connect to one at a time. I think that may be the case. So let's do this. I'm going to shut down the MiFi. And we'll see if we can connect. All right, let me see. Where are you guys at? Yeah, so Colin nailed it. That's right. Okay. And let's see now. Oh, I see something that popped up. Okay, there's my phone. My phone just connected. I wonder if it maybe restart the Pi. I don't see it popping in. Phone popped right in there. I can see it when I mean that. What I mean by that is it popped right into, I can see it in my router. Okay, I just pulled the plug on the Pi. Gonna restart it. All right, let's see. Just waiting to see if it's going to pop in here so I can see it. Looking so I can pick up the IP address. Should be booted. Let's see. But I don't see it. Let's see if... So I was able to add it. It added it successfully. I wonder if... anybody... Well, probably not. I haven't opened that port. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not seeing that pop in. Okay. All right, so I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take a look at that configuration file. Because that configuration file should have worked, but it didn't work. So I'm wondering if I fat fingered something there. All right, let's see. So there's my file. I'm checking that WPA supplicant file. To make sure that I did it correctly. It's WPA underscore supplicant. .conf. There's not a lot to it. Let's see. So if you're using Bookworm, well, wait a second. Is this even using? Is that the problem? Is this even using Raspberry Pi OS? Or is this using Debian? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe. Okay, let's see. Using the web console. Log into the web console with administrator privileges. Click terminal in the left menu. Oh, okay. So I got to do something different. Connect to the node. All right, so that makes me feel a little better. It's not running Raspberry Pi. You guys knew that. Didn't you guys know that? From the network security. Yeah, so the supplicant file doesn't work because it's not running the Raspberry Pi OS. That's the problem. All right, so we can fix it. Now let me eject that. All right, what does it think? Do I still have something open? I do. Let's go there. Okay. Safe to remove. I need more USB ports. All right, so we're going to boot this sucker again. Oh, I got to get the Wi-Fi going. All right, so it's coming. I'm going to wait till that is up and running before I throw power at this thing. All right, where's my chatters? Bill, what did you get? Did you get something for your desktop location there? Yeah. Again, so I'm going to have this as a standalone device in my truck. I'm thinking I'm going to want... I don't know. I guess I don't know enough about it. I don't think I need those any longer. I mean, if I wanted to have direct connections with folks and not use a hub, then I'd have to open the firewall. You know, the firewall on the Pi. But, you know, maybe that's not a common use case. Maybe just connecting to a hub is a better solution. Right? Maybe, you know, everybody you want to talk to is there anyhow. All right, that thing's up. Let's get juice to this guy again. This will let me know when I've got devices configured or devices connected. Okay, something connected. I got one so far. Okay, the node connected. Just need my phone to connect. Okay, my phone's connected. Now I'm going to set you guys aside here. Do we still have anybody paying attention? We do. I am amazed and in awe. You guys are awesome. All right. So we're going to do that. I'm going to keep that up. And I want to switch you guys over. Switch you guys over to the phone. Let's see. I gotta close. Trying to close some of these things here. Try to keep things nice and tidy, ship shape. we'll bring the phone up and we'll walk through how to change this. Okay, let me get back to Terminus. Here, not sure which one it's looking for. Oh, I don't think I need to do it. I think I need to do it through the web regardless. I'm going to give this one more try. Just curious to see why it's given me a problem connecting to... All right. Worry about that later. Okay. Let me get you guys. Where is... Here we go. See if I can get logged in. Failed. All right, there we go. Now, let me see what my instructions, my Googled instructions said here. All right, so through the web console terminal, which is the recommended method, log into the web console with administrative privileges. Click Terminal in the left menu. Well, let's tell this it's a desktop site. There we go. And choose Terminal. I know this is going to be awful small for you guys, but let's see. Click Terminal. Enter the following command, replacing my network and my password with your specific values. Okay, so we're going to go NMCLI device Wi-Fi connect my network password. All right, so I will swap you guys back over here for a quick moment, a hot minute. Wi-Fi connect. With password. Okay, and enter. Let's see. All right, so it didn't like that command. I think I've got to escape out some characters. Maybe. All right, we're going to try this again. Here, let's see. So I think if you have any funky characters in your password, it doesn't like it. So I'm going to try. Let's try quotes first and see if it'll deal with that. Well, it's tough doing this this way for sure. Okay, so that seemed to work, except it didn't choke on my characters. But it said it couldn't find my network. And it should have no network found. So how do we try? Interesting. Let's see. Let's see. You must be physically connected via Ethernet to perform the configuration. If the node can't reach the network, once the new credentials are saved, it will attempt to connect. So I think that's a problem. So it might be back to trying to get this thing connected. It should be able to see. Should be able to see that network though. Let me think. Do I have another terminal here? Okay, let me go back to this. I'm going to try to SSH back to it. It doesn't want to take the password though, which is odd. Let's try. Yeah, so let me edit the host. Let's look at this here. This is it. Okay, the IP is still there. Okay. That didn't change. I want SSH. I want port 22. Oh, wait a second. I see what it maybe did. It put my call sign in all caps for the username. That doesn't look right. All right, let's try this again. Nope, don't want that. Let's see. Here we go. Let's try again. Might be easier to reflash it. You're right, but now I'm in like stubborn mode. Now I'm in I want to figure it out mode. At least for a bit here. Okay. All right, so let me show you guys what I've got here. I know it's difficult to see, but I was able to SSH using Terminus, a Android app. So I've got some instruction here that says connect to the node. Run the setup script to configure the wireless network. So let's see if it'll run sudo Wi-Fi dash setup. Sudo Wi-Fi setup. It says that, I promise. I know you guys can't see that. It's wanting my password. Wi-Fi setup, command not found. Let's see. I'm just trying to see. So it says it can't find Wi-Fi setup. Wi-Fi setup. Is Google leading me astray? Is it in a specific folder? It's not in a path. I'm going to try that MCLI command. And see if Wi-Fi connect. Let's try that. Still says it can't find the network. Here, let's see. All right. Brocam's barely awake. Let's see here. Chris is still hanging in there. That's why I set up Wi-Fi on the flasher. Well, that's what I had done. However, I connected it to the wrong Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi I shouldn't have used. Here, let me try one more thing, and then I guess we'll go to the reflash. let's see. Yeah, so it's redirecting me back to the NMCLI. Okay. Okay, apparently there's a rescan option. All right, looks like a sudo is in order. Okay, all right. So it let me do a rescan, so now I can do a list. Beautiful. So now it found it. So now I'm going to try to set it again. And then hopefully this gets us back on track. Ah. All right, almost there, gang. Trying to operate a terminal with these little touch screens sucks. All right. Device, Wi-Fi, connect, password. Property is missing. Come on now. Feel like it's right there. going to put this error in. All right, let's see. Yay. This is a ton of stuff to have to type. All right, so let's try this here. Last try. And then I'm going to go ahead and punt. Here is, I guess I can at least show you guys what I'm struggling with here. Let's see. And this is what I'm trying to get put in. Let's see, add type. Gosh, you do not want to make a typo when you have to type all that crap in. Okay. First command was successful. Okay. It's good. We're making slow progress, I think. Sure, this is worse than watching paint dry. Well, it does not like that at all. All right. For the sake of anybody who's left watching, let's see, do we have anybody left watching? We got a few, 26. All right. As much as it pains me to do so, I'm going to reflash. All right, so let's see here. I need to start. Pop that thing. Pop that. I'm going to go ahead and turn this off. So it doesn't get any ideas. Nothing gets an idea to try to connect to it. Kill the terminus. And let me get this out of the way. And I'm looking for my Raspberry Pi imager. There we go. I flop this so you guys can see it. All right, so now that thing is back in, and let's see, where was I? We're just going to do a reflash here. I'm going to need that. That's what I was looking for right there. Okay. So we need to go to App Options, Content Repository, Edit, Custom URL. We'll paste that in, apply and restart. So I got a Raspberry Pi 5. I want AllStar. Yep, put it on E because it's now E. Let me just verify. It is E. Okay. Exclude system drives. Take E. Yep, that's it. I'm going to keep the node name. That's fine. I'm going to keep all that jazz. That's fine. Leave blank to, I don't trust it. Okay. SSID. All right, I'll put this stuff in. Okay, we're going to use password authentication. Everything's configured. Right. Yep, do it. Oh, that's weird. Please insert a disk into USB drive. What? Huh. I don't think I've ever seen that before. All right, so we'll let this thing do its thing. Let's see, where's the chat? Anybody left out there chatting? Time we got almost midnight. Gilda Radner. What pi is this? It's a 5? Yeah. Yep, US was country. We're going to skip verification. Okay, I ejected. Okay. Don't a single one of you comment on how fast that was. Don't do it. Just don't do it. All right. Hey, if we don't get down some rabbit holes, what fun is it? That's what I say. All right. Now, what we got there? Let's see. I hate when I have to unplug something to plug something else in. Yeah, the localization is weird, Chris. You have to pick the country's capital. So that's why I had to pick Washington. It's kind of bizarre. If you look at the wording here, yeah, capital city. So it's kind of a weird thing. Weird thing. All right, let's see. Now, for crying out loud, can I hit that? Oh, look at that. Don't. Okay. So, don't do it, guys. Don't do it. All right, let's see. What else? What did they want me to do? Power on the Pi. Okay, we're connected. Okay, open the browser. So they want us to do that. Okay, the launch pad. Click the web admin portal. Okay. This stuff drives me crazy, right? Next time we'll set up a certificate for this. Okay. No, that's not what I put. Let that think about what it's trying to do. Where's my... Okay. Set up in the new node, go to the web portal. Click Login. The Overview tab is displayed. At the top, click on Turn on Administrative Access. I want to... Yeah, okay. Let's see, where's that at? That's... Okay. Turn on Administrative Access. Okay. Switch to administrative access. Do I have to do that? Where does it say that? It says I've got administrative access. Yeah, I don't want to switch, so I think I'm where I need to be. Okay, the web-based console appears as terminal on the bottom. Let's scroll on that, click. And terminal console will appear. Okay, the terminal window is complete interface. Okay. Okay, the node may now be configured. New users or those wanting to quick start should use ASL menu. Okay. You know, that was doing something, wasn't it? Oh, it's checking the package updates. All right. Should I wait for that? Let's see. Or do we just motor by? We'll give it just a quick minute. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Let's see. What are you going to do? I believe you have to put in a password. Don't look at the bottom left. You will see Wi-Fi Manager and you'll be sad. You know, this is, I connected to this while on my phone. And it didn't seem bug fix updates available. Do we grab that? So I saw that before, Bill. I don't know if we can freely jump around in these things or not. But it would not, I mean, maybe this will work, but I don't know. Now, can I get back to that checking for updates? I want to reboot it after it does the updates here. Gray Man, is that what you're thinking? Oh, 98 updates available. ASL's one of those updates. So I'm going to go ahead. This looks like some important stuff. And we'll tell it to reboot after completion. Applying updates failed. Please resolve the issue and reload the page. Could not get lock. It's held by process. Be aware that removing the lock. Well, that's just not very friendly, is it? So I'm wondering if we just, maybe I'm going to do that's a reset. Is that a reboot? Is that the same thing? Can I just do a reboot here? Oh, APT is installing or removing packages. So this thing is still in some sort of, maybe I shouldn't have clicked on that, huh? So this thing, applying updates failed. Okay, so then release me from that, please. Let me see if it'll let me reboot. It's going to be a bugger. Unable to acquire the package front-end lock is another process using it. Well, how the hell would I know? Let's see. So, okay. I just want to do a reboot at this point. Get out. I don't know if it wants a message or not. Failed to schedule the shutdown. Access denied. I'm not liking this. Won't let me do a reboot. I could ignore inhibitors. Interactive authentication required. What in the world? So I typed that right. Systemctl reboot. Call to reboot failed. Interactive authentication required. All right, you smarty pants out there. How do I get out of this? Maybe if I close a bunch of these services, can I? That Bill says, I've never seen that. You know, we can try that. User root reason apt is installing or removing packages. Please retry. So I've got to kill that. How do I get a list of, are they PIDs and Debian? Oh. Is it done, maybe? Maybe it, maybe it was actually doing something. It looks like it might be rebooting. So even though it said it couldn't do those updates, maybe it was. Oh, look at that. I think it was. I'm glad it didn't let me reboot then. Look at that. System is now up to date. Well, that was a funky message, but I'm glad it did what it did. We'll take it. All right, let's see. What were we going to do here? ASL menu. Okay. All right. This is going to drive me nuts. So let's do this. Okay, the menu will appear. Proceed with the node settings option to configure your node number and choose configure your audio interface. Okay, node settings. Proceed here with the node settings option. Okay, I did that. In order to configure your node number and choose your audio interface. Yes, here. Those instructions went from being really detailed to not. Let's see. To start the asterisk console from the terminal window. One should also apply the updates. Okay, we did that. Like I said, we went from, okay, proceed from here with the node settings, number 1, in order to configure your node number and choose configure your audio interface. All right, so let's assume we need to put in our node number. Okay. To register with AllStar, we need the password portal node settings. Well, is it stuck? Will it take an OK? I wasn't in the field. All right, so let me try this then. Okay. What configuration setting should we use? Okay, I feel like we are off page here. Let's see. Let me find the chat there again. Follow the prompts. So yeah, I did that. Back to the node page. Password is there. Node password is from AllStar. Yep. Got to drop you guys. Peace and chicken grease. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Tim. Appreciate it, buddy. Let me try to get this so it's a little easier to deal with. So all of a sudden we're into something else. Do I not go that far yet? Let's see. Let me look ahead. I mean, that looks like everything that's in installation under Pi. I mean, I guess, right? This is what I got, a hotspot radio. I have to finish those setup prompts. Are these the prompts you're talking about, Bill? I mean, this is the device I have. So there's common configurations. And there's device configurations. Okay. Do I want to customize it? I don't know that I do. But let's look. So hotspot radio is where I'm configured. So I think I'm fine. All right, so I'm not going to change anything there. All right, so now I'm going to do a restart. I remember Freddy talking about always needing to do a restart. Let me see. So to start the asterisk console from the window, do I need to do that? Come on. All right, what do I need here? What is that? That's sudo asterisk RV. Okay, connected, currently running on Node. I guess that's good. I guess that's good. I did software updates, so we're good there. Almon 3 does not include a pre-configured username and password combo. To use Almon 3, you must add a login. Launch web admin portal. Do I need to do that? Okay, the online manual, package updates. The system uses firewall D. Ports are controlled in the cockpit web console. Okay. I guess I need to do this Almon 3. To use Almon 3, you must add a password, launch the web admin portal. Okay. Which I'm there. Open the terminal. Sudo Almon3 password new user login to set the new user login. What should that user login look like? If you haven't already, the next step is to configure your node settings. Well, we did that up here, didn't we? Yeah. Okay. So I guess I got to set this default password or this default user. All right. So let me look here. Yes, there are many different logins and passwords. Okay, this is what I probably need. Okay, yep, that's the website. I got my Linux login. Yep. Asterisk manager interface. Your AllStarLink server system runs as a process name asterisk at the heart of your node. The asterisk manager interface is the standard management interface. Includes user. For example, the user admin and secret would need to be specified in the configuration file for any applications. Okay, so I guess that's why we set that web application. Many users will install one or more web applications to monitor the node. These applications can provide access to many users. May have no relation to those who set up administer your system. Okay, so let me go back to here. I'm back here. And let me go ahead and go to the, the problem is I've got this weird prompt here. Do I do that within asterisk? Let's see, what's the command? Almon3 password. All right, I'll try to type that in. Let me go ahead and swap over real quick. That is a weird Almon3 password. Is that right? Is that right? Almon3-pass WD. Okay, let's see if it's going to take that. Yeah, see, it did not like that. Do I need to exit out of that? Maybe. All right, so let me try it here. Okay. Okay. Now, once I have all that done, okay, once I have all that done, I guess I log out now. Okay, I'm logged out. Now, I guess, I mean, the other thing I have not done yet is I've not plugged this guy in. I guess I can plug this guy in, right? You know, things were like really pretty well explained. I'll go with the higher bandwidth connection here. Things were really pretty well explained, and then all of a sudden they weren't. Um, okay, let's see here. Basic operation. Let me grab Bill. Are you still with me? It might be time. Freddy Mac, Freddy Mac, Freddy Mac. Nah, I'm not there. I think I'm set up. I think it's time to try to do some basic operation. What's this Allmon thing look like? How do I see that? Well, let's not maybe get ahead of myself here. So sudo ASL menu, node number, password, call sign, radio interface. So I may have missed some of these. Let's take a look at what your node will do. How do I do that, Bill? Feels like I need to get back in here. Oh, sorry. So I logged in here. I guess this is not where I want to be. Maybe do I need to... Here, let me try this. Let me log out here for a second. Through this, is this what you were looking for? I guess that takes me to this place. Let me see, I lost you, Bill. Go back to IPES node links. Node links. Okay. Do I need, let's see, what is this? View ASL node map. I'm just looking to see what these things do. So it's just me. Okay. Stats, linking commands, system commands. Let's log in. Now, which password or which one of these is it? So login failed. Which login is this? The one I just set up. So I did it like that. I made it all caps. Now, come on. Does it not take it as all caps? I might have to go do that again. Oh, username is Almon3. Yeah, I'm glad Bill's paying attention as well. You only created a password in that last terminal process. So in that last terminal process, I did what I was told, and it told me to put a new user. So I did sudo almon3-password, and then I used a username. I used W5ITR as the username, and then it prompted me for a password. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't do this. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I didn't restart it. All right, what's it want me to put in there? Sudo system control restart almon3. Is that right? Restart almon3. Okay. Now I guess I gotta have that running. Now let me go back. So I know what I put in there. Ah, there we go. So I just need to restart that. Reload the page. Okay. I guess that's good. So now I need to make a connection. I guess I need to know, like, what Jason's hub is. Let me see if I wrote that down. I don't think I did. Okay, so Bill knows it. So it's 43136. 43136. Okay. Should I see a connection here? Am I not connected? It says I have one connection. Do I need to Hmm. So, oh, my connection's now gone. All right, let me try to connect again. Choose a connect and connect 43136. Engage. Command was successful. It doesn't show a connection there. No connections. So something's not quite right. Connect, disconnect, monitor, local monitor, disconnect. I'm going to do a disconnect all just for giggles. Command successful. Transmit telemetry, playback, transmit idle. Command is successful maybe, but it can't connect with the port not open. I mean, I should be able to go out without making, unless, do I have to open the port on the Raspberry Pi? Your port on your router, that doesn't make sense because I'm initiating from inside. I thought for sure I saw a connection there. I'm just curious what these other things do. Command template. Not reporting or is offline. Thank you. Thank you, dark mode. But this didn't go dark mode. Okay. Let's see. You know what let's, it feels to me like I still have pull up Tim's Crayman's video. Connect. 43136. Let me write that down so I don't lose it. I had a brief connection there. I saw right up here where there was a 1 there for a brief moment. But what I want to try to do here real quick, let's go back to this terminal. And what was that command? I want to go back to this menu, ASL menu. And let's look at this setup here again. Let's update it. Call sign, radio interface, duplex type 1, post node status, node access list, interface tune, customizations. I don't know what those are. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There's more to get set up here, Bill. Okay, the node number, the node password, your call sign, the type of radio interface. Most often you will choose simple USB. The duplex should be likely 1. Send statistics. Limit connections. When asterisk is restarted. Okay. So Bill says I had to configure my radio in the node. Current node number. So the node number's fine. Node password, that's fine. Call sign, W5ITR, that's fine. Radio interface, simple USB. USB cards, no DSP. I'm assuming that selecting half duplex with telemetry is a hotspot. That's what I would expect. Okay. Post node status, yes. Node access list open. Okay. Interface tune. Are these some of the things you had to set, Bill? Okay. Yeah, so this should be, okay. The active device is my device, so that looks fine. Set receive voice level. I'm not going to worry about that. Set transmit level. Did you have to change some of these settings in order for it to connect? View receive audio settings. Swap current. I don't see anything else in there I should have to change. Customizations. So I think those are all okay. Okay, wait, it says restart asterisk. I don't need to. Update asterisk AMI password. IAX port. That's the default port. We shouldn't have to monkey with that. Backup and restore menus, main menu instructions. Let's just reset that regardless. Bash cell, enter asterisk CLI, system version, diagnostic menu. You have to set up how it is connecting to the radio. What kind of radio board did you get? That's the hotspot. So I did that. So if I go into the setup menu, that is, we just saw it a minute ago. Node number, call sign, duplex. Yeah, right there. Hotspot radio, Hotspot radio USB. That's what I've got. So I think that's fine. I still had to change something in that last black and white screen. Had to change something in the black and white screen. So I've got my active USB device selected. You might not have to. I would say consult the directions for the hotspot. That's a good point here. I've got this. That's a good point. All right, let's take a peek and see what these guys say to do. Request the node number. I got it. Download the image. Node setup config. Okay. When your node first boots up, it will automatically transmit and announce the local IP address your node is on over the air. It's interesting. This feature lets you easily configure, your hotspot radio, your USB board to ensure proper operation. Okay. So use monitoring keyboard. Yep, but we didn't do that. You may also connect. Yep, that's what we did. Default username and password. What the heck is this? Prior to applying power to your node, make sure you install the antenna. I did have that on. USB plugged into to your Pi. Protect the radio. Okay. When it boots up, your hotspot radio board, blah, blah, blah. The easiest way to set up your Pi is to use monitoring keyboard. We're not doing that. The default user, I don't know what this, what is this step 3, 4, 5, and 6? Where in the heck does that come from? Node setup. I did set a frequency. Where is this get set? What in the heck are they talking about here? Node setup configuration. I didn't see this anywhere else. All right, so I'm thinking I need to reboot this thing. All right, so that's logged out. I'm gonna restart this. Let's reboot this thing. $12.52. Can I do a reboot now? Yeah, I'm curious. I want to hear what the IP address is that it squawks. Is that different? Right? Is there some setup on this hotspot radio that's different or additional through a web interface that it provides? I don't know. I'm speculating. I am speculating. Just waiting for that thing. Okay, it disconnected. Right as I did that, it disconnected. So I am assuming servers closed the connection. I'll wait for that activity light to stop. Okay. So I just want to shut this thing down. How do I just shut this thing down? Can I shut it down from here? I hate to just pull the plug on it. But I guess, oh, you know what? I know what, okay. All right, hold on. I told it to reboot. I think there's an option to shut down. Yeah, dumb. I want no delay. Shut it down. All right. Okay, now pull the power. Give it 5-10 seconds here. Here comes the power. I want to hear this hotspot radio thing talk to me. Okay. I didn't hear it talk to me. Certainly didn't talk to me. I'm curious here. Let me just take a look at something else. I'm checking to see. Okay, there's the Raspberry Pi show up. So I see the Raspberry Pi show up as a device on my network. But I don't see like a device. I thought maybe that hotspot radio device had its own interface. But I don't see that. I'm assuming if I put the IP address in, Yeah, it just gives me the same thing. Yeah, that's what I was looking at, right? This is from Hotspot, right? This is it right here. Right? They tell you to do the setup. We walked through all that. The node setup configuration is where things get weird. And I'm wondering if this is maybe an older version of ASL. I don't know, right? Because they're talking about a default username and password. That's not been the case. Would you like to configure setup now? Are you setting up a private node? See, none of these questions. This looks like maybe it was an older version. This does not look like what we're doing. All right, but maybe this tells us something. Right, we can look at these. We can compare these. So let's do that. What is it? ASL menu? Sudo. ASL menu. Node settings. Update that node. Okay. Let's compare. All right. Toggle RX boost mode currently disabled. Is that on here? Toggle RX boost mode. Okay. So are they telling us that's the way we want those? Select item 12. Simple USB tune menu application. What the heck? Where's 12? Simple USB tune menu. Okay, let's see. I have no idea what in the heck they're talking about there. Change or verify the following values in the simple USB tune menu. Okay, set RX voice level. Let's just look at that way. Set RX voice level. Currently 300. What do they say? 560. See, I hesitate to change these. What's that cause form? Because maybe these were settings for a prior version. I'm looking here real quick. .300's low. Okay. What? Oh, enter a value. Dum-dum. Okay, what was that? 5 something or other? 560? Enter a new value. 560. Enter. Carriage return for none. Did it take it? No. 2. 560. Won't even take it. What in the heck? It says this feels way harder than it should be. Change or verify the following settings in the simple USB tune menu. See, that sounds like it. See, there's okay. Gotta do like a translation here. Simple USB tune menu. What the heck does that mean? Interface tune CLI. So I think that's probably updated language for USB tune menu. What are these customizations? So I think we're in the right spot there. Set RX voice level. Using display. Is there another set RX voice level? View RX audio. No, so set RX voice level 2. Just doesn't look right. Why is it giving me 2 of those? It does not look right. Further back on those instructions. See, some of these things here, again, the problem here is that, like, are you setting up a private node? Where does that even Where does that even show up? If this is a new setup, you should do all of item 1 and then do menu 2. That should be all that's needed to get your node up and running. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to remove a node, and I'm going to start it from scratch. Add a node. 696510. Enter the node password. Oh, I hate it. They don't allow you to. Okay. Common configurations. Do you have to do a common configuration and a device configuration? I think you do. I don't know why I think that. I want to do a simple USB. Enter the call sign. The node setup menu allows you to select and enable some common changes. Do you want to customize the configuration for this node? I want Hotspot Radio USB. And get down to OK. Allows you to change or tune the configuration. Restart asterisk now. Do it. Okay. Now, number 2, 560. Still wouldn't take it. You guys see how that's acting kind of funky? What is number 1? Number 1 is select the active USB device, right? That's the 696510. So I only have one device. Let's see if it'll let me pick a different one. Transmit A level 920. It won't take any of these. That seems odd. I have to restart asterisk. I know it usually tells you when you have to do that. I want to update my node. I want to tune it. I want to do number 3. The associated USB device string was not found. I think this is bad. I think this is a problem. Let's to resolve the issue, the associated string, try editing the simple USB conf by removing everything after the equal sign. Let's see if that file, what that file looks like. Come on, I just want to get out of here. So where's this file supposed to be? Edit the configuration file, simple USB conf. Where is it? Yeah, something just doesn't feel like something's not working. Occurs in ASL3 because the Linux kernel may initialize USB devices in a random order on boot, causing the device string to change or become inconsistent. The AllStarLink software then cannot find the device. Is to clear the dev string entry in the configuration file Okay, access the conf file. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. And it's a simple USB. Okay. Let's see. So I'm looking for the dev string. Where's that at? It's empty. Locate line and delete whatever text follows the equal sign. Save the file and exit. There's a mismatch between what the menu utility thinks is selected and what the asterisk channel driver is seeing. Run the following command to see exactly how the Linux kernel is currently labeling your USB interface. Well, that didn't produce anything. All right, let's see. Simple USB tune. I don't see. Okay, so that's a dead end. Oh, if ASL finds sound returns nothing, the OS can't see the USB device at all. Try a different USB point. Oh, look at that. I put it in the USB 3 thinking, hey, that would be faster. Let me put it in the USB 2 port and see if that's any different. Okay. Let's see if we get a different experience here. Nope. This thing isn't making any noise like it's supposed to be either. I want to hear this thing talk to me. Try something else. Oh, so you think it does that over the radio? Tells you how little I know about this. Let's see. Okay, talk to me. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. I wonder if I'm going to shut it down again. Because, you know, I moved that serial port. Maybe it needs to start up in that different serial port. I'm going to tell it to shut down too, and then I'll pull the power. Very, 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 very interesting. Okay. Pull the power. Let's make sure I got good cable connection. I'm not going to go into the USB 3. Let's try that. Okay, let's give it the juice. It's booting up. Okay, we're back. Okay. Same thing. Returns nada. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see, is there anything in the asterisk CLI? Currently running the node. I don't know what any of these asterisk commands are. So those are those values that are too low. Well, what's this do? Okay. So I might be able to set some of these values here. RX level, SUSB tune, RX 560. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Now this can't, they can't, okay, so yeah, something's not right. So this is getting that same error. Something's not right. Something's not right. Yep. Yeah, something's not right here. I mean, I should be able, I would think, right, to go in to the node setup and say, blow that node away. Blow that node away. All right, so what did we miss? So let's go back to this confusing page. We log in. We turned on the administrative access. So we go to terminal. The node may now be configured. New users or those wanting a quick start should use ASL menu. ASL menu will appear. Proceed to node settings to configure your node number and choose configure your audio interface. Yeah, I get that. I get that, Bill. Configuration. So this is Almon 3. So we haven't even installed that, right? We're just doing ASL 3. We did all this. We didn't miss anything here. We can get to here. Okay, I don't think we missed anything. AllStar node setup. Node number 696510. Wait a minute. What is... How do I get back? Okay. Let me check and make sure there's nothing here. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. So when you create this node number, it assigns a password. I thought I set that password. It assigned a big ugly password. Since that password wasn't correct, I wonder if that was the problem. All right, so let's go here. Come on. What's going on here? Hotspot with telemetry tones. Simple USB. Oh boy, if that's it. Yeah, let's do that. Hotspot radio USB. Yeah, let's do that. Go ahead and restart it. All right. Number 2. No. No. Something's still not right, but I believe that's a step in the right direction. Dang it. But there's still something funky there. Let's do another reboot. Do it now. I am not kidding you. Uh, do a little bit of housekeeping here. Clean up some of these other versions. Are you back? I guess you're back. Okay. All right, this all looks normal. Let's go terminal. Node settings. Set it up. Tune it. Something's still not right. Still not picking up the device. AllStar appears to be not for the faint of heart. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm doing something stupid. I mean, I've got power here. Right, I've got lights on this thing. I've got power here. I mean, I'm assuming the light is all you get. I'm plugged into USB 2. All right, so it's not recognizing. All right, let's try something else then. Let's remove that node. Let's add a node. Let me go get the node password. Okay. Now, I did the common configuration last time. Let's try the device configuration and see if we get a different experience. Sure. Okay, I'll say no. Let's see if this looks any different. Yeah, go ahead and restart it. That's a no-go, Daddy-O. Currently registered. What's this? Let's update this. Okay, so this is registered. I wonder if Did that change? Maybe. Okay, I'm not changing anything there. Okay. Can't find the USB device is how I interpret that. Okay, just something silly. Right, we're at the silly phase. I'm going to try a different cable. Right? In the off chance maybe there's something wrong with one of these cables. And then just for fun, go ahead and reboot it. Well, I'm using the cable that came with it, right? I'm using the cable that came with the hotspot. They provided the cable. So I'm assuming, and maybe that's my fault, I'm assuming they would have given me the proper cable. High-speed USB shielded cable. But who knows? All right, let's see. Are we back? We are back. All righty. Okay. I'm going to blow this node away. Once again. Oh, wait a second. What did I do? Well, that's wrong. Okay, let's add a node. That's the right number. Let me go grab the password. Okay. Let's try this one again. Yeah, let's customize it. Sure. Hotspot Radio USB. Sure. Restart. Sure. All right, so here, let's try again. We're going to try to set one of these values, and it can't find it. Cannot find it. Okay. So it's not the cable. Just for fun. Let's see, what do I have? What do I have? I'm trying to think what else what I have handy here that I can plug into the Raspberry Pi to see if it sees it. Do I have something handy here? Do I have something handy? I don't have anything that's just right here, do I? Guess, yeah, I do. Let me, no, it's not showing up whenever, I'm trying to do here, let me, where am I at here? Let me get out of here. What was we doing here? All right, let's see. Serial converter. Hub. So there's like nothing here. Let me disconnect this. Oh, wait a second. Wait. What just happened? Do you guys hear that? What just happened? Wait a second. I have no idea what just happened, but I've got an indicator light on here that I didn't have before, and maybe you heard the radio all of a sudden. And let me see what the heck happened. And now I'm seeing a USB audio device. What just happened? Yeah, it was my call sign. I don't understand what happened. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, what other? I have no idea why that just started to work. Let's see, where did that other, okay, transmit A at 920. This is wackadoodle. Transmit A at 920. Jeez. Just all of a sudden decided it wanted to work. Transmit level B0, set transmit DSP 400. Do I even see that? I don't even see that option. So I don't. Set RX boost. I don't know how much I don't know how much I trust some of these things. So I just disabled RX boost because it feels like this is for an older version. Disable pre-emphasis and de-emphasis. Okay, those are already disabled, so that's fine. And then that cause form, well, I don't even see that. And here's the other thing that has me just a little, let's see. You know better than to question the IT gods. Isn't that right, Ted? I had it plugged in backwards. It's a USB-C. Yes, the OSI model for unplug it and plug it back in. Yeah, it will be. You know, here's the thing that's got me a little... I'm not sure. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to, just one more time, I'm going to remove that node. And I'm going to add it. We're going to see what happens here. Let me go find that password again. And then I'm going to, right? I mean, I feel like, why does this have the device configuration in it? And why do I have to go in and make changes to any of those settings if it knows exactly what my device is? That's the thing that bugs me. So I'm going to say no to all those things for right now. We're going to run it stock. Okay. And let's see, what do we have here? We got to start this puppy up. Let's go ahead and start that. Now let's see if we can get a node link. All right, let's see. 43136. I didn't execute. 43136. Connection. Hey, look there. Let's see here. All right. So I'm established now, Bill. I don't know what that means, but I got a connection, I guess. So I guess I can look at this node map now. And it should show, oh, Lordy. So Bill, should I be able to talk to you, Bill? Is that what this is telling me?
U5ITR, excuse me, 0WHW.
Bill, is it you? Is it really you? W5ITR. Okay, Bill. Bill, I heard you. I don't know if you heard me. I don't know how long the delay.
You over the live stream.
Gotcha. So let me check and see. All right, so I got my frequency set. Let me see if I've got my tone set.
Your transmission is coming through AllStar.
I don't know what you just said to me, Bill. I missed it. I'm going to check and make sure I've got the tone set.
That is, I don't know what you...
67 hertz. All right, let's see if... Make sure I got this thing set up right. K0 WHW W5ITR. Are you picking me up, Bill?
You brought your loud and clear, man. You got her going.
All right. All right, fantastic. Yeah, your audio is real good here. I just moved the mic away so that it wouldn't start screeching at us. But Lordy, that was not easy.
It can be easy, but no. Actually, I've never seen one that hard. But you may have your mic modulation up just a little bit, so maybe you turn it down or back off the mic a little bit.
Yeah, fair enough. I was pretty close to it. I did turn my power down. Hopefully that sounds a little bit better. W5ITR.
W5ITR K0WHW sounds really good, Rob. I'm glad for you, dude.
All right. Well, holy moly. Now I'm curious, right? Am I ready to break it? I want to put the other cable back in, right? Because I'm not using the cable that came with the device. So I just can't leave well enough alone. I got to... All right, so I am assuming I'm going to go ahead and disconnect here. Okay.
Code 43136 disconnected.
Okay, good to know. All right, I don't need this. Just trying to do a little cleanup here. I don't need that. I think I'm going to go here. I'm going to do a shutdown. I'm going to say go ahead and shut down now. And then I'm going to swap that cable out. I do not get it. I just do not get it. Okay, it's shut down. This is a what I'm using or what worked is a cable that actually came with a webcam, believe it or not. But like I said, that's not the cable. Came with the device. Makes me wonder, is there something funky with this? Yeah, just looks like a regular old cable. Plugs in like a regular old cable. All right. I'm going to give it the juice. Let's see what happens. So I'm not seeing that little green light. What the heck? What the heck? Do I have a bad or loose connection? Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? So I don't know if you guys can see this, right? So Bill, you made a smart ass comment about it being upside down. I'm turning the cable over, right? I'm going to put it in this way. You see, I get the blue light, but I get no activity lights. I get nothing. I'm going to turn this cable over. And look what I get all of a sudden. I'm at a loss. What the heck? Now, I didn't hear my tones. Let's see if I can get connected, though. I'm curious, do I need to start all that other stuff? Let me see. Maybe I do. So I'm logged in, beauty. Can I make a connection? I forgot Jason's number. What is it? 43136? 43136. Sorry, guys. Why can I not type in there? Oh my gosh. 43136. Okay, so that said it was. So it says I'm connected. Okay. K0WHW W5ITR.
I'm here. Now that I got you listening to me, the Hotspot USB, the Hotspot site mentions that one side of that cable has programming written on it and the other side does not. So turning that cable over is so that the cable has different functions.
Oh, good Lord. All right, Bill. That's exactly what was going on. Because I remember sitting here staring at that word that says program on that cable. I mean, I saw it. I didn't think twice about it, but that's boy, that's frustrating. I guess you got to read the directions. W5ITR.
Believe me, had it been me under the bright lights, I would have missed it too, and you would have read it on the side. I just happened to look at the website, and they said something about the cable, and I kept reading. So if you look at the page, I dropped the link, and you've probably been there, but if you look at the page, they mention it down toward the bottom about that cable.
Is that on the website or on the PDF instructions? I think I missed you there, Bill. I was trying to figure out if that was in the PDF instructions that I've got up on the screen, or was it on the website?
Yeah, I can't try to figure it all out. The delay is killing me. I can't read the PDF, but I looked at the website. I just dropped a link in the chat, and if you go look at the bottom of that unit's specific page, they mention it. That's the only reason I knew.
All right, this is the unit right here. Right here it is. The other side of the USB-C connectors for program mode, this side is marked with the word program in the programming mode only. Good lordy. And yeah, just so you guys can see what's going on here, right? So there it is, right there on the cable. If you've got that side up, this thing will not work. So, wow.
That's for sure.
Well, Bill, I mean, your audio is fantastic. I don't think I would change a thing in those settings. I'm glad that I went back and just went with the defaults. I feel like that that PDF is for an older version and maybe not the ASL3. But yeah, I'm happy with the audio quality. Certainly sounds good.
Your radio sounds really good now that you're holding it back a bit. I mean, you have a really good signal. And yeah, you have to tweak it. It's personal. Depends on which radio you're using. Right now, I'm using the Baofeng Mini, and I think it's different for different radios.
Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, so it's only 2:22 in the morning. Oh, goodness. So I feel like I still have something else that is not yet set up, and certainly don't think I don't think I'm going to tackle it tonight. But we've got ASL3 working, but I feel like this Allmon 3 is something different that I have to get set up. And My understanding is, oh, if you've got something, Bill, go for it.
Me, that was something else, and I haven't even bothered with that Allmon or Superman. I was going to wait for Freddy to help me with it.
Gotcha. Well, that's pretty nice that it does the ID for you. You don't even have to use your call sign, huh? Yeah, I think I'll try the Almon 3 sometime this weekend, and then I'll save setting up some of the security on the device for next week to share on stream, setting up the We Encrypt certs and some of those other kind of small items.
I'd appreciate any and all help because I just did the port opening, so I'm sure that's got me open to all sorts of things, but I didn't know any better.
All right. Well, hey, I'm pretty excited. I'm disappointed that it took so long, but hey, I learned some stuff, that's for sure. Learned about that goofy cable. Boy, I'm so glad I had another cable just sitting here. I don't know that I would have, just for funsies, I don't know that I would have turned that cable over. It would have never dawned on me. I would have had to have probably go back to that website and read through that and hopefully catch it. Bill, I'm so glad you caught that. Because I was just sitting here. I could not for the life of me figure out why in the world that cable wouldn't work. And I thought you were just being silly whenever you said turn the cable over. I saw you say that in chat. It's crazy. Yeah, just crazy. Let's see. Yeah, that's crazy, Ted. Wow. I mean, that's a first for me. I don't think I've ever seen that. At least not that I can remember at this stage. But hey, we got there. There are other cables out there, huh, Bill? Wow. I've been fortunate enough not to encounter those. All right. Well, I guess that's mission accomplished for tonight. Still have 20 people out there hanging out. You guys are troopers. Hey, I appreciate you all hanging out and going through the trials and tribulations. I'm super thrilled that we actually got it done. And, we didn't have to call in Freddy Mac, but we had Bill. We had Bill filling in. So thank you, Bill. Thanks for all the help. Well, Tim, so for those of you who've been around a little bit, watching some of these live streams, I am, I don't know if you'll say I'm tenacious or I'm stubborn. Probably more stubborn, but I do not like to fail, and I will keep going until I get there. So I think some of you guys ought to remember the night we were decoding the satellite packets. Remember with GR satellite, and it took us forever to find what was it? It was like something had to be inverted, and that was it. Yeah, I need to get Bill a beer, certainly. Bill, we've got to set aside some time so we can make sure that you can get connected to the stream here. I've been chatting with Bill about Bill hopping in and co-hosting with me, and a lot of the folks that we all jump on each other's YouTube channels, a lot of folks use whatever it's called. I forget what it's called because I don't use it. And they use Zoom. But I don't use those packages. So I use a program called vMix, and it has the guest external video portions built right into the application. And so it works a little differently than Zoom. So I can't just throw Bill a link. The first time we set things up, we have to do a little bit more from a configuration standpoint. So yeah, there you go. StreamYard, Zoom, and OBS. So I just use vMix, and it's got everything built into it. But yeah, we're going to have to find some time to get that set up, Bill. Because I think it'd be fun to I mean, it's good having you sniping from the chat, but it'd be more fun, I think, to have you sniping on camera too. Not that you snipe, but you know what I'm saying. All right. Let's see here. I think that's probably it. I'm gonna have to. Gosh, I probably won't do it tonight, but tomorrow I've got to, before I lose it, I'll sit down and I've got to take some notes on this experience, and maybe I'll do a quick article, throw it out in Buy Me a Coffee. And hey, there's Andy. You know, I like to just document and memorialize some of these learnings when I do that. That way I can always go back to them. And if, you know, you guys want to try setting one of these things up, it gives you guys a reference as well. I mean, there's lots of them out there, but, you know, everybody does things a little differently, and everyone learns a little differently and all the rest. So it doesn't help to have more options and more choices. But with that, I think I'll go ahead and say good night. Thank you all for hanging out. I can't believe we had 20 of you sticking with me here. It's been a while since we went to 2 o'clock or after 2 o'clock. So, you know, in my opinion, you guys are the best audience in YouTube. I mean, you know, I sit in a lot of different streams. It just blows me away. You guys are just as tenacious or stubborn as I am, so I appreciate it. All right, gang. Well, hope everybody has a great weekend. And yeah, I guess we'll see you next week. We'll try to expand on a few different things. I got to go back and see what the second option was, or maybe I'll throw out some new options in a YouTube post, and we'll see what you guys want to do next. But again, appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Thanks for being an awesome chat, and we'll see you next time, guys. 7-3.